test. Test 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Test 1 2. Test 1. Headphones. Good morning, Mr. Harlaus. You can go live, please, with your microphone and talk to us.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. We can hear you very well. Can you please share your presentation?
It seems that the sharing is not turned
Okay.
on. So,
Just one sec. Okay, sharing is on.
just 1 second. Can you see this?
Yes, you just need to go on start the presentation and go on full screen. Very
Just
important.
1 second.
That's
First
perfect.
slide,
That's perfect.
second slide. So it seems it works. Huh?
It works. It works.
Right, so I can stop sharing.
Okay. Just when it's your time, I will put you on screen in the hall. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, it's approaching 10 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. I'm very happy to welcome you all here in Malta and online to this public hearing on the economic impact of the implementation of the EU ETS. My name is Christer Andersson. I am the rapporteur for an EESC opinion on this very topic. And let me just say a couple of words about the European Economic Social Committee. It was founded at the same time as the European Parliament in the Treaty of Rome, 1957. And we are 330 members approximately from 3 groups. 1/3 each, the employers group, the workers group, and other civil society organizations. And this is a committee handling all the proposals presented at the European level from the Commission and also with the discussions in Council. All legislative proposals go through our committee and we write opinions. And we try to give advice to policymakers, both at the EU level and, of course, at the member state level, what they should take into account. We also, from time to time, initiate a project, an own initiative opinion, and this one is one of those, which I took initiative to after having been back in Malta in November, and I found it intriguing. So I thought it would be very interesting to have this topic on the agenda for the committee. And that it was decided like that, and we will draft an opinion which will be discussed in the committee and voted on at our plenary meeting in July, mid-July. That's the process. It is a real privilege to be back in Malta. I've been here many times, and I've always been very happy, both coming but maybe leaving too, because often thunderstorms in the afternoon or difficulties, and the flights to and from Malta is a little bit of a challenge, in particular if you come from Stockholm, as I do. It's not the easiest destination, but it is absolutely one of the most pleasant destinations to go to. So I'm very happy to be back, and I'm honored to be able to come here and moderate this hearing. I'm also very honored to welcome the excellencies from the embassies of Australia, and also delegations from embassies from the People's Republic of China, the US, Libya, and Italy. And I guess it shows the interest that this topic attracts and the situation and discussions here in Malta. And as a strategic transshipment hub in the Mediterranean, and a country being highly dependent on maritime trade, Malta is indeed a very good place to hold discussions on the economic impact of the EU ETS system. It gives us a valuable opportunity to listen directly to those at the front line of the implementation. The EU ETS, as you all know, is a climate instrument based on cap and trade, setting a cap on total emissions, ensuring environmental outcomes are met. So as an economist, it's a very appealing system. It was expanded to the maritime sector in 2023, but of course it raises concerns about carbon leakage, business displacement, and impact on the competitiveness of the European economy, its ports, but also for regular businesses in a member state like Malta. We work on this topic, and the deliberations here today in the morning will be used in the opinion which we will present from the European Economic Social Committee. Let me also welcome all the colleagues from the European Economic and Social Committee participating here. Some will also participate in our deliberations in the afternoon on the very draft opinion which we are putting together. Now I would like to hand over to Kevin Borch, Director General at the Malta Employers Association and CEO of the Malta Maritime Forum. It will be followed by an opening statement by Timothy Noel from the European Commission. We are very pleased that you could make it and come here to be physically present during our discussions. We put a lot of value into that. But I hand over to you, Kevin, for some introductory remarks and addressing us on this very interesting topic. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christer, and thank you everybody attending physically and online. Thank you for the introduction as well, Christer, and thank you for the interest of the EESC being here in Malta today to discuss this very sensitive topic for us. And I will start immediately. It was not actually prepared in one of my slides, but I will go straight into zoom into the importance of this topic to Malta in particular, compared to any other EU member state. Our economy depends on inputs and outputs. We cannot produce anything in terms of any good or service in Malta unless the raw material or the input is imported from abroad. To add to that, our economy is not even nearly large enough to merit the connection of a main liner in Malta. So just to give you some figures, our Freeport handles just over 3 million TEUs per year, of which only 120,000 TEUs are for Malta, use in Malta. So that means that without transshipment and without the critical mass, we will not get mainliners into Malta. If we don't get mainliners into Malta, we can kiss goodbye our manufacturing industry for sure and various other industries that go on in Malta. So with that introduction, I can safely say that, the principles and the objectives of the EU ETS are indeed positive and commendable. You cannot be in your right mind and criticize the need to save the planet. But it is about how we have gone about it in terms of the EU ETS that, for me, is fraught with flaws, design flaws, which I will try to explain today. So as Christer said, the way it has been implemented has resulted in business and carbon leakage. It has also resulted in a disincentive to invest in EU ports. But I will explain why. The main reason why I say this is that there is no global market-based measure. So here, the EU has acted beyond its remit, and when you act beyond your remit, you obviously find that you don't have enough authority to enforce your will on the rest of the world. And this is exactly what has happened in the EU ETS. There is a bit of an echo in the hall, which is a bit fastidious, but if you can handle it from the technical side, I would appreciate. There is also another problem, that the technology is not quite there to serve the shipping industry when it comes to new fuels. Today, we still have the most efficient mainliners, because we're talking about mainliners here, but this applies also to cruise ships, to tugboats, and all high-powered vessels. There are no vessels of this sort that can run either on electricity or on ammonia or on hydrogen. They are still running at best on LNG, and LNG is still a fossil fuel. Obviously, the industry is intent on going green, but technology is not keeping up with the pace of the ambition of the industry. So we are still stuck in a situation where today we are taxed for using fuels when there is no alternative to change. Another disadvantage or fault, to call it that, that has been leading to the problem of ETS is that the drafters failed to detect evasive trends before they started. Well, there was what they call the transshipment rule, which was applied to the ETS law further down the line, but I will show that that is also not effective. The ex ante, the anticipation of evasive trends continues until this present day, thank you, continues until this present day in the review reports that are being prepared on the implementation of ETS. So for the benefit of the audience who may not be 100% familiar with what we're talking about, I'm going to explain now in 4 clear slides how ETS happens. I actually am going to use real numbers which come from the industry, from the ship owners. In the first case, here we are considering a service that leaves Singapore, obviously in non-EU, transships in Marshallock, and the final destination is Rotterdam. In the way that ETS works, the vessel pays 50% of the carbon emissions that it generates between Singapore and Marshallock, 50% because it is non-EU to EU, and on the second leg, which is EU to EU, Malta to Rotterdam, Marshallock to Rotterdam, it pays 100%. The actual figures broken down in that table, I'm not sure if you can see that, but the actual figure for that voyage is 453,000 euros. Multiply that by 52, because this is a weekly service, and you have a bill of 23.6 million. The next slide shows a similar situation. Here you have, instead of having the final destination being in the EU, you have the final destination being non-EU. So you have India to Malta, 50%, Malta, New York, 50%. The total cost of this is 252,000 for the voyage and 13.1 million per year per service. Now this will demonstrate the transshipment rule. So the transshipment rule is a clause in the ETS directive law that says that if there is a port which is less than 300 nautical miles from an EU port and that handles 65% of its total traffic in international transshipment, that will be deemed as a neighboring port. And if it is a neighboring port, that means that a vessel that stops in that port will not be counted to have ever stopped in the non-EU port, which is the neighboring port in terms of the definition, so that there can be no evasive practice. So with this definition, this is exactly like scenario 1, which I presented earlier, but instead of stopping in Marsa Shlock, it stops in Port Said in Egypt. So there you have 50% from Singapore all the way to Rotterdam, because this is non-EU to EU, 50%, and admittedly the bill is lower, and that is 351,000. But to show you the total ineffectiveness of the transshipment rule, and this is where the EU cannot control because it has no remit. So if a vessel decides to completely ignore EU ports and travel from Asia to the United States without touching a Mediterranean port, the total cost is 0. What will happen in that case is that any containers, cargo, which is destined for the EU, will stop in the neighboring port or in any other North African port, and then it will sail to the EU port via a feeder vessel. Now, whilst we were all busy discussing the EU ETS in advance of this legislation being passed, massive investment was taking place in the North African coast, mainly Egypt and Morocco. I have a slide there which shows one transshipment hub in Egypt becoming 5, and one transshipment hub in Morocco becoming 5. Now, obviously, the intention of this was none other than attracting transshipment to those shores where no ETS will be paid, or will be paid differently, certainly much lower than the EU. What has happened in the meantime? Prior to the introduction and the implementation of ETS, we were warning that there will be evasive practices, and after the implementation, we started obviously experiencing these evasive practices taking place, and believe me, it takes no pleasure in us telling the Commission, "We told you so." But these are just some examples of public announcements of shipping lines saying that they have left non-EU ports and have established transshipment operations elsewhere in another continent. Now, as you can imagine, total costs of 23 million, 36 million per service per year, on top of other advantages, competitive advantages, cost advantages that North African ports already enjoy over EU ports, obviously by the very nature of them being located in lower cost jurisdictions to do business. When you know, in the EU, at least in Malta, we pride to say that the Malta Freeport has always managed to overcome this cost disadvantage by added efficiency because of the added productivity of the Malta Freeport. But when you add costs of the sort of 36 million, then there is no way that you can increase your productivity to overcome such a disadvantage. So then the emission unit allowances that need to be paid become too prohibitive and cannot be neutralized. Of course, this is a big disincentive, as I hinted earlier, for investors, shipping lines, and everybody else to invest in EU EU transshipment hubs. This is what I opened my presentation with this morning. Some context that Malta will stand to lose from its 165 connections to worldwide ports through 11 mainline services per week if we continue in this situation. Sooner or later, Malta will start or continue to lose connections. Obviously, this will have a big impact on our economy because, as I said, you cannot run certain manufacturing just-in-time processes without the confidence that your mainliner will call in on time per week as per schedule. You will start relying on feeder services. You will start relying on extra stops and legs to be done by feeder. You will start relying on the efficiency of other transshipment hubs, and that is too much uncertainty for the manufacturing industry. Besides that, we have certain industries in Malta whose product cannot be loaded on a feeder vessel because of security reasons. The export has to be done via a mainliner. So if we lose that connection, then these factories, these manufacturing plants, which are foreign-owned, will have to relocate somewhere else where there is the service of a mainliner. So perhaps that is enough talk about the business leakage. Let's talk about the carbon leakage. This grim scenario, which I have just been explaining, would have been perhaps understandable had we at least attained some advantage in terms of saving the planet. But from what can be deduced, the carbon that is generated is actually higher with ETS than without. And this is because when Malta, and we have some very expert people here who can attest to this, that Malta is almost on the line of best fit of the voyage from the Suez Canal to Gibraltar. So if you want to traverse the Mediterranean in the most efficient way navigationally possible, you pass 6 miles, is it north or south of Malta? Captain Bugeja, north. 6 miles north of Malta. So if you miss Malta, or perhaps you want to travel south because you don't want to pay the ETS, then you are deviating from the line of best fit and you are going to burn more fuel. You might want to even save some time for the extra miles that you are going to steam. And if you're going to press your engines harder, then you're even going to burn even more fuel. All this does not take into account the extra voyages that you're going to need with the feeder vessel. The feeder vessel is typically not a very efficient, in fact, not efficient at all vessel. And the more evasive practices there are going to be towards North Africa, the more services of feeder vessels you are going to need to bring the containers from North Africa into Europe. And all this is added carbon, of course. We see a lot of inconsistencies from the ETS with the EU principles and the EU objectives. I've listed a few on the slide, next couple of slides, but you will definitely appreciate from what I've just been saying that this does not align with the growth and jobs objective of the European Union. It certainly does not align with the objectives laid out by Mario Draghi in his competitiveness report when he said that EU ports should be the most competitive in the world, and yet we are handing over business to North Africa. Certainly does not align with the low inflation objective of the European Union, because you're going to increase cost. Fair competition, I think I don't need to elaborate. The de-risking objective of Europe, especially after the Russia and Ukraine war. The security of supply chains, this is all detrimental to that. The multimodal transport shift, also again detrimental. And solidarity amongst member states. We've all been saying how this will be disproportionately affecting countries like Malta, but also other regions. Gioia Tauro in Italy, which is in a mezzogiorno, least developed state, receives regional funds, cohesion funds to generate employment there and to obviously bring it up to line with the EU GDP average. And the Italians called ETS, in terms of Gioia Tauro, the desertification of transshipment terminals. So enough said there. And also the carbon leakage objective, which certainly the ETS is not going to achieve. I will conclude and apologize for taking perhaps a bit too long. So to conclude and sum up, again, I will say that the ETS, in terms of its objectives, is positive and commendable, but it has created too much pain in terms of business and carbon leakage that something needs to be done about it. We are not very encouraged by the monitoring reviews that have been published last December and last March, where the conclusion is that there has not been enough evidence found on carbon and business leakage from the ETS. Certainly, the reports which I have been through do take into account the distortion of the data that has happened because of the decision of the shipping lines to avoid the Suez Canal, obviously because of the terrorism that was happening there. So there was deviation of the routes from Asia around the Cape and into the Mediterranean, sometimes to gain some of the time lost. They got only as far as Spain and Morocco, for obvious reasons, much more Morocco than Spain. And that has completely distorted the situation. The situation is still practically the same, where you have a situation now that the shipping lines are still monitoring the situation around the Suez Canal and are considering their options. So we still have a whole mess up in terms of the data there that you need in order to come to your conclusions. The socio-economic risk and the loss of direct connectivity for Malta is too catastrophic for us to contemplate, very much disproportionate to any other effect in any other member state, which I have explained. And last but not least, we are all hoping, our hopes are hinging on two developments now. One is the review of the ETS by the Commission, and we are aware of the deadline in early July for feedback on that score, and also the IMO Net Zero framework, where we are hoping now that this goes through with the IMO, the final vote in October for implementation in April. But we are also hoping that the EU, and I've written the word align there, but by align, I don't mean anything else but use, to use very plain language, use the same IMO Net Zero framework. The industry needs one framework to work with for planning and certainty and implementation purposes. We don't need an ETS of the EU, we don't need an ETS of Turkey, we don't need an ETS of China and various other, it will be a complete mess. We believe that the IMO net zero framework is ambitious enough for the EU to adopt in its totality so that it can be adopted around the rest of the globe and bring some certainty both to the shipping industry but also to the economy at large. And with that message, I thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Borg. I think we just hand over to the Commission. We heard a lot of concerns from Mr. Borg, and I'm sure you work on a lot of those issues on a daily basis in Brussels. So I leave the floor to you for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur, for the kind introduction. And good morning to everyone in the room and online. So my name is Timothée Noël. I'm working at the European Commission in the Directorate General for Climate Action and in the unit dealing with air, rail, water, and intermodal policy. So in my opening statement, I would like first to remind that climate policies are in fact about safeguarding our ways of life, our economies, our jobs, and our security. It's clear that climate policy is aligned with the shift in geostrategic priorities and realities that we are encountering recently. Reducing our GHG emissions is key to modernize our economy. It's key to improve our competitiveness in the mid and long term. It's key to build our energy independence, and that's absolutely essential if we want to gain a strategic autonomy. Key to prepare our society about the upcoming threats and uncertainties, and it's good to create stability and predictability, in particular vis-à-vis investors. So it's clear that decarbonization is the EU's strategy to drive forward our agenda in terms of climate, but not only, also in terms of competitiveness and in terms of resilience. So that's, I think, something that we need to keep in mind while discussing that important topic today. Next, I just wanted to highlight, and it has been well explained by the rapporteur in his introductory words, that the ETS is not just about putting a price on carbon emissions. It goes beyond that. It's a cap and trade system. What does it mean? It means that each year the legislation sets the maximum amount of GHG emissions that can be released into the atmosphere by the companies under the system. And this cap is being reduced every year in order to ensure an emissions reduction that is in line with the objective that we have set ourselves at the EU level. And that is in line with the trajectory that we need to follow in order to have a decarbonized, a climate neutral economy by 2050. And that's the reason why the ETS is so fundamental in our policy to tackle climate change. Now, looking at the ETS extension to maritime transport, I just would like to remind that this extension was proposed by the Commission in 2021 as part of the Fit for 55 package that aim to roll out and to implement the Green Deal. It was intensively discussed by the co-legislature, including the Council and the European Parliament, for almost 2 years, and it resulted in a revision of the ETS that was adopted in 2023. It shouldn't be seen as a standalone measure. It was part of a basket of measures to reduce emissions from shipping, so it needs to be looked at together with the other measures that were also discussed and adopted, including the FuelEU Maritime Regulation that aims to increase the GHG intensity of the fuel consume on board vessels, but also the alternative fuel infrastructure regulation, the revision of the Renewable Energy Directive, the proposed revision of the Energy Taxation Directives, and it also needs to be considered along the progress that are being done at IMO and that the EU is pushing for strongly. Also, it needs to be reminded that at the time the proposal was being made, together with a detailed and comprehensive impact assessment that looked at the effect of different design options, and looking in particular at the economic impact of these different design options, but also their impact in terms of jobs, so their social effect, and of course on their effects and impact in terms of environmental level of ambition. So aspects, things like shipping activities, impact on GDP, impact on export, imports, welfare, employment, and trade, have been looked at in 2021 in the impact assessment that accompanied the Commission's proposal. That's just an example of a table that you can see in this existing document, where you can look and see the impact on 10 different commodities in terms of price and demand for 2030 and 2050, where you see that the effects are limited. As it has been said, the ETS extension to maritime transport sector kicked in 2024. So last year was the first year of implementation of the ETS extension to maritime transport. It's being rolled out using a phase-in approach, meaning that in 2024, shipping companies have to surrender EU allowances for 40% of their emissions. So if you prefer in a more simplistic term, 40% of the emissions are covered under the ETS in 2024. And the first time for shipping companies to surrender the EU allowances is September this year. So this will be somehow the first time that shipping companies will have to pay for their emissions. For the emissions in 2025, only 70% of their emissions are covered under the ETS, and in 2026, as of 2026, it's all the emissions that are covered under the ETS that will have to be covered by EU allowances. I also would like to make clear that the EU ETS covers all the ships above 5,000 gross tonnage that make a port of call in an EU port, meaning that any ships that are importing goods or exporting goods from or to the EU market will automatically fall under the ETS. And this ensures a level playing field on a route basis. We're talking about a fleet of 12,000 ships that falls under the ETS, and those 12,000 ships already reported their emissions to the EU since 2018. Now, speaking about the topic that matters the most today, the risk of evasion and circumvention, it's a topic that has been intensively discussed with the co-legislature since 2021, so it's not a new topic, and we are very well aware of the concerns of different stakeholders and different member states in relation to that risk, and which can be explained, of course, by the strategic role that EU ports play to the EU economy. What you need to keep in mind is that the current legislation, as it is today, already includes several elements to reduce that risk of evasion or risk of circumvention. The first element, and it was briefly explained by the two previous speakers, is this exemption that exists in the definition of port of call, that so exclude from the port of call definition specific ports neighboring non-EU transshipment ports where the risk of evasion is the higher. The Commission already identified those ports in October 2023 as part of an implementing act, and we are going to revise that list by the end of the year, because the list has to be revised every 2 years. Saying that, the criteria to put or not are already defined in the legislation. On top of that, the ETS directive requires the Commission to monitor the implementation of the ETS extension to maritime transport. And this is something that we've been doing from day one, even in fact before the system started. The Commission released and published a first report on the implementation of the ETS in March this year. I will say a few words about it. This is something that, of course, we are committed to continue doing, and another report is planned for the end of next year. On top of that, if you read the ETS directive, there are also specific review clauses that are also important in that context. The first one is a review clause that says that in case the IMO adopts global market-based measure, then there is an obligation for the commissions to assess what has been agreed at IMO, and then, where relevant, to review the ETS in order to ensure no significant double burden for the shipping companies, but also in order to ensure that we're not backsliding in terms of environmental ambition. And we sincerely hope that at the next MEPC in October this year, IMO will adopt the IMO Net Zero framework. Another review clause says that if appropriate and where relevant, if we see that the system is not being implemented effectively, then the Commission should also make proposals to prevent evasive behavior at an early stage. And the review clause also says that the Commission should assess the potential inclusion of smaller ships in the ETS that could eventually also be used as a way to circumvent the rules by using ships falling below the 5,000 gross tonnage threshold. The ETS review there is an ETS review plan for mid-2026. In that context, the Commission already published an open public consultation that is already available on the EU HAV portal, and this open public consultation was closed on the 8th of July. Now, very briefly, because I know we've got some time constraint, a few words about the report that was published in March this year. The report, as well as the supporting study, which is more than 100 pages document, both documents are available online, so I would encourage you to have a look at those reports if you haven't done so already. It looks at different types of risk. Of course, the risk of relocation of transshipment activities, but also the risk of having shipping companies adding a port of call just before reaching an EU port or just after leaving an EU port to reduce their ETS exposures. It looks at a number of different ports, so more than 70 EU ports, but also non-EU ports. And it provides an analysis that looks at how different variables evolve over time, but it also looks at how different group of ports are evolving compared to each other, complemented by some case studies. In summary, some of the key conclusions are the following. When you look at backward-looking indicators, so typically the number of port of calls in EU port, when you look at the port throughput in the EU, but also in non-EU ports, if you look at connectivity index, if you look at transshipment activities, the available data shows no clear evidence of evasive behavior due to the ETS extension to maritime transport so far. It doesn't mean that there is no changes happening on the market, because as it was said before, clearly the Red Sea crisis had a massive impact on all the routes around Europe, and in particular in the Med area. Then when you look at forward-looking indicators, which is also something that has been looked at in the study, and when I say forward-looking indicators, it means route announcement for 2025, but it also means investments in new port capacity. Again, the analysis reveals no discernible trends that could indicate a change in market behavior resulting from the ETS extension to maritime transport. Saying that, the report also shows that there are few examples that suggest that companies may consider circumvention behaviors when designing future routes. But saying that, I would like to also highlight what is very clear in the conclusion of the report, is that those conclusions need to be viewed with caution. Why? Because these reports build on data from Q1 to Q3 2024. So we had at the time of the analysis a limited set of data to perform that exercise. So the aim is not to preempt, to say that there is no risk of evasion also for the future. It reflects what we were able to assess based on data from Q1 to Q3 2024. And we also acknowledge the fact that it's a complex matter, that there are many different factors that are taken into account by shipping companies when deciding about their new routes. The cost factors is obviously a key one, but it's not the only one. And we acknowledge the fact that what happens with the Red Sea crisis also made that analysis more difficult. Last slide. The report also looked at the impact of the ETS in terms of shipping costs and concluded that in 2024, it can be assumed, based on 2023 emissions data, that it would increase by around 3.7% the shipping cost in 2024. It also shows that ETS costs are generally passed on to shippers by shipping companies, meaning that the ETS cost is obviously a cost for shipping companies, but it's also a source of revenues for them. With that, I would like to highlight again that the Commission will continue its monitoring activities, including also other factors that will become more and more important. For instance, the fact that the FuelEU Maritime Regulation is also starting as from this year, and that needs to be taken into account. And in that endeavor, we are really seeking support and collaboration from all stakeholders, all interested parties, to support the rapid identification of trends, patterns, or emerging issues to be taken into account in the policy-making decisions to come. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for this presentation and elaborating on some of the difficult issues. We will soon turn to the first panel, but I understood that Mr. Borch had a very brief comment, and I give you the floor.
Thank you, Krista. If you allow me, I'd like to make an observation which I failed to do during my slides. So when it comes to the monitoring of the Commission, and when it comes to defining the neighboring ports, as we saw that there are a number of new ports coming on stream in the North African coast, the difficulty of the Commission to obtain data relative to the transshipment in each of those non-EU ports, I say difficulty, but I really mean to say impossibility. First of all, you're talking about forecasted data if you are considering an ex-ante examination. So it's already, I mean, forecasting is forecasting. But even when it comes to actual, these transshipment hubs will never surrender their data. And even if they do, it cannot be challenged. The EU has no information to challenge any such data. So this makes both the definition of the transshipment rule and also any monitoring very, very, very difficult, if not impossible, for the Commission to do. Also, in my last slide, when I mentioned the issue about the IMO net zero framework, yes, it's very encouraging, as Timothy said, that the EU is committing itself to assess the situation, but unfortunately, this is not encouraging enough. It does not give enough confidence to the maritime industry and also to the whole economy of Malta, because we don't know what the assessment might lead to. Might it lead to a tweaking of the ETS? You know, and there is still a significant disadvantage to EU ports. will the EU consider the IMO net zero ambitions to be not as ambitious as required by the EU itself? So will there still be some sort of differential? And this has, this really needs to be clarified. So thank you very much for allowing me to do these points.
Well, thank you very much for the comment. I think we have to proceed. Of course, the two speakers here are welcome to also interact with the panels and bring up issues later on. But I think now we change to the first panel. I think the Secretariat will help out with the name tags, and thank you very much for your contributions. Very nice and interesting. And we will, in the first panel, we will focus on the immediate concerns arising from the inclusion of the maritime transport in the ETS, namely the risk of carbon and business leakage, and the competitive pressure this may place on EU ports and industries. It's important to assess potential unintended effects on competitiveness, especially in carbon-intensive or transport-related sectors. For listening to the first introductory presentations and being a layman, I guess you might say that to the extent I have any ships, the ships are always in the harbor and not doing anything. So I'm not really in the shipping industry as such. But I find it very interesting to try to combine the green agenda, which the Commission so explicitly has stated, and I think we all share. We have the agenda of digitalization, but we also have an agenda of competitiveness and reduced administrative burden, 25 to 35%. It's explicitly stated and repeated by the Commission and shared by member states, I would say. And of course, it raises the concerns when we heard that the shipping costs have, according to the Commission, gone up by 3.7% in 2024. I think there are sectoral aspects to this. Maybe the impact on individual ports or harbors are bigger than for others. But overall, it, of course, also means that the cost will be pushed on to others, to producers, to companies, and eventually to consumers. And the impact of this increased shipping cost is, of course, something that also needs to be taken into account when we discuss the ETS and the economic impact of the ETS system. There is certainly a lot concern about evasive behavior, rightly so, otherwise it would not be effective. But that in itself also has implication for specific ports and for regions, companies, and countries, which needs to be assessed. And going back to the reduction of the administrative burden by 25% during this mandate of the Commission, when I see the fact presented that it's 12,000 ships, as a layman, I sort of wonder, how is it done? And how do you measure the cost? And how can you ensure that you also, in this respect, reduce administrative costs and enhance competitiveness of the European economy? I think those are very important aspects, and they also need to be addressed. With this, I will come to one of my biggest challenges of the day, for the day, as I see it. It's not the ETS system or the economic impact it may or may not have. It's making sure I can pronounce the panelist's name in a sort of understandable way. We have very distinguished panel. We have Jim Corbett, Environmental Director, Europe World Shipping Council to my right. We have Goodwin Cherry from Thank you. Thank you. Well, say no more. Chairman, Malta Maritime Forum. We have Captain David Bujeja. Okay, almost. CEO, Maritime Directorate, Transport, Malta. And I don't see any. Online, we have Feig Abbasov, Shipping Program Manager at Transport and Environment. Very welcome online, and you will be given the opportunity to speak as all the other people here. I think we have roughly possibility to give you the floor for, say, 10 minutes, but also leave a little bit so we can exchange views, and I don't think we agree on everything immediately. So I hand over to Jim for his presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. I have to ask a quick question. Hello, Feig, I see you. There we go. Now I see the slides. Let me begin. Thank you to Malta and to the hosts. Welcome also to the representatives from Australia, China, the US, and Italy. I'm very happy to be back here in Malta. The last time I was here was to work with REMPEC to finalize the technical and feasibility studies for the Mediterranean SOX ECA, which goes into force now. And it was a pleasure to be able to work with the Maltese, with the other parties to the Barcelona Conventions on a study that was successfully processed through the IMO and is now part of MARPOL Annex 6. And then thank you also to EESC for designing today's event. Let me begin by just simply making a couple of links with the earlier presentations. It's very, very useful. It's important that we talk about how the design of regional greenhouse gas pricing needs to be made in order to avoid problems. And I think it's very commendable that the stakeholders and the Commission are focused on revealing the design problems with the policy, and that's key. I'll come back to that. World Shipping Council represents about 6,000 ships worldwide. About 1/3 of those call on Europe and are within the numbers you cited, Mr. Anderson. And we make about 16,000 port calls per quarter to 130 ports across Europe. Our members, container ships and vehicle carriers, move about 2/3 of the value of seaborne trade into and out of Europe, and we intend to remain very well connected with the TEN-T network to ensure that goods coming into and out of Europe continue to flow with reliability and at best performance. That performance includes reducing greenhouse gases. I would love to spend a few more moments talking to you about the 1,000 ships that we'll have on the water that will be capable, when they hit the water before 2030, of using low greenhouse gas fuels. These are advanced technologies. They will reduce these vessels' exposure to EUAs because they will not emit as much greenhouse gases. And that investment is more than $150 billion over the period since 2020 when our members began investing in the transition ahead of the IMO net zero framework. In other words, it was a pre-buy, an investment in the confidence that there would be a global fuel standard and a global well-to-wake greenhouse gas price. We think that GHG pricing needs to be focused on the goals of stewardship in a competitive and connected global economy. And we recognize that the primary goal of EU ETS is to create cost-effective, cost-efficient behavior that reduces greenhouse gas emissions. The EU ETS is not a tax on ships. It is a way of internalizing the price of greenhouse gases so that those behavior changes will be effective and competitive. It is not a revenue bank mechanism or a tax revenue bank mechanism. So my goals will be to be very, very clear. I have 3 slides. The first one is to lay some context related to the IMO Net Zero framework. I want you to be able to do 2 things while I talk. One is to read the text, and the other is to maybe follow me through the graph. What you see in the blue is the historic greenhouse gas emissions from the maritime sector as reported in EU statistics, and the dotted line represents the fuel standard, which is Fuel EU Maritime. And what you see in the dark black is the historic emissions globally that will be subject to the IMO Net Zero framework. The things you need to see is there was a period of globalization until and around just before 2010 that was more pronounced globally, where there were less developed economies growing, along with the growth that you can see in the EU greenhouse gas activities. The second thing you need to see is that the dashed line for the IMO Net Zero framework is more ambitious than Fuel EU. What I mean by that is, first of all, it will reduce more greenhouse gases over the same period, partly because instead of 120, 150 or so tons of GHGs, it will be addressing 750 million tons of GHGs. Secondly, the 2035 goal in the draft text is a reduction of at least 30%, as opposed to a reduction of 14.5% in Fuel EU. More GHGs will be reduced without economic distortion through the global IMO Net Zero framework. The second thing is that the price of those GHGs, the GHG pricing on a global basis, is well to wake and is higher than the current trading price of EU ETS EUAs. It's $100 in the Tier 1 category if you're in a zone where you're not overperforming, not helping drive and accelerate the pace to 2050, and it is $380 per ton CO2 if you are not yet in compliance. This will result in about 12 times more GHG reductions globally and 2 to 3 times more GHGs reduced within the EU scope. This is just a graph. You can do the reading. I won't go over this in detail, but since 2020, the liner sector has been investing increasingly in readiness for low GHG vessels. When those vessels hit the water before 2030, they will be able to transition conventional fuel to renewable fuel. They will be able to transition 8 to 10% of global marine fuel use to low GHG fuels. What we need, we have the tools, what we need is the fuels in order to make sure that happens. And in order for fuels to be sold out of the Mediterranean region to the ships that are low GHG fuels, we need low GHG fuel production and infrastructure so that those, and we need to attract these fleets into European ports so that they can use the fuels that EU intends to produce. Europe produces about 20% and sells about, doesn't produce, it sells about 20% of global marine fuels. 40% of that 20% is in the Mediterranean region. It's a major fuel market. If that market retains its hold on conventional fuels it will lose competitiveness in the future. If it invests in new renewable fuels, it will attract the best new ships into the fleet. Let me pause here for a moment and just make one more link with Mr. Borges' very, very good observations and graphs. Hopefully, in addition to looking at the economic issues that he raised in those graphs, you might have seen the column on CO2. The CO2 emissions in his first scenario were 7,800 tons of CO2 for that voyage. The scenario 3, which was the alternative voyage, which reduced exposure to ETS, the CO2 emissions were 7,800 tons of CO2. There was no GHG leakage in that example. His second example similarly showed 5,600 tons of CO2 in the default example, including Malta, and 5,600 tons of CO2 in the alternative pathway. Our members are not investing in carbon leakage. Our members are investing in GHG reduction with the best, most efficient pathways to deliver goods on price, on time to European consumers, to European communities. So, to my last major point then is we think, and we were very happy to hear again, Timothy, that to date, concerns about GHG leakage are unproven. More relevant, though, to the hearing today is that concerns about competitiveness loss from regional pricing, they may reveal some design flaws in EU ETS that could find remedy. It is not the same to say that vessels are engaging in non-compliant behavior unless you can show that the ships are not paying their EUAs, not reporting their emissions, or that there is greenhouse gas leakage, which has yet to be quantified from the changes in our efforts in a drive to decarbonize. The Commission preliminary study confirmed that. We recognize that that's very, very important to maintain that scrutiny. The annual EU MRV reports consistently show nearly complete compliance by those 12,000 ships, and including the 2,000 vessels that our members report to ETS. So we're in compliance with a design for GHG pricing on a regional basis that may be presenting some concerns for business and competitiveness loss. Rather than non-compliance, the problem seems to be the distortive regional pricing. So we have some remedies we think will work. There's 3 here. One is that we need to be sure that there's not a double burden on regional trade with Europe with a global, well-to-wake GHG price that is uniform, global, higher priced, and undistortive globally. We also believe that we recognize and applaud Malta and the other European nations that fought so hard for a well-to-wake GHG price at IMO. And we believe that that well-to-wake GHG pricing needs to be included in any revision in a regional pricing. That will help, but it will not by itself avoid the potential for regional distortion. The remedies available, let's align with IMO. That means I think that we tended to agree with the remarks in the last, in the opening plenary, and I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We continue immediately. So the floor is yours. Here is the clicker.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Kevin and myself come from the same stable, so it is inevitable that we share a lot in our vision of things. I call it a critique of the ETS, not in a negative perspective, but rather in a way how things should be improved. One issue which really is of concern to us as a maritime industry in a maritime nation, the language which we have been hearing sounds very reactive. So issues of no clear evidence, no discernible trends, no indication of change. I come from the maritime industry myself, and if there is one tool that we are employing every day in our daily life is market intelligence. So the only way to survive in competition is to always be one step ahead of your competition. Unfortunately, this is not the language that seems to be well understood in Brussels, because just judging from the slide that Kevin showed, and which is also in my set of slides, the proliferation of transshipment ports within the Mediterranean did not happen casually or incidentally, but were the fruit of a determined policy, very clear policy. Unfortunately, in certain instances, even assisted by funds from the European Investment Bank. So, this is a very baffling, to say the least, situation where, with all the good intentions, so is the path to hell, the European Union is assisting the deviation of business from European ports to non-European ports. There is no question that we all agree as human beings that something has to be done. We have really done very badly environmentally, and things have to be corrected. Yet, I immediately add that shipping remains the most effective, economic, and environmental friendly on a ton-mile basis that carries over 90% of world trade. So that is a consideration that must be kept in mind. If there is one party which really suffers from the environmental consequences, is shipping. Be it storms, be it climatic conditions, water temperature, these are all having effects on shipping, and shipping being very much a private-driven initiative, it is all private capital going to explore new technologies, how we can keep the trade going, and of course making a profit, because without profit, an economic activity cannot survive. But, in order not to repeat too much on what has been already said, if I were to understand what are the main objectives of the ETS, I would put them into reduction in emission, competitiveness, and the notion of the polluter pays. And this is where I criticize the ETS concept, because I think that in all aspects, this has failed to materialize. So if we take, for example, the issue of reduction in emission, just highlighting the reality of the Mediterranean, having a service which is today coming from the Far East and calling at Malta, at Gioia Tauro, at Piraeus, it is creating emission within European waters. Having that same service stopping at a North African port and then proceeding on its way through the Mediterranean, the level of emission is not going to be reduced at all. Rather, I add immediately that given the fact that cargo would then be transshipped at a non-EU port, inasmuch that there is no deviation and the amount of carbon emission remains the same for the main line, but definitely there is no saving in emission. There is no reduction in emission. So that objective is not being achieved. The notion of the polluter pays, unfortunately, and this is an economic reality, the ship owner has to make money in order to survive and to keep the services going. And just as the ship owner must recover part of the fluctuation in bunkers by putting bunker surcharges, immediately that the ETS was introduced, new surcharges were introduced to the level of 500 euros per container. So who is actually paying? It is the consumer at the end of the day. And is this the objective that the European Union wished to achieve in introducing the ETS? I'm not criticizing the ship owner, this is the reality. A ship owner can never survive or operate commercially a service if it is losing money. I think that Kevin explained very well the issue of the transshipment rule, and in the discussions that we had with leading ship owners who shared with us their calculations, if I were in their position, and I am responsible to my board of directors, if there is a way how I can save part of 33 million additional cost per year per service, I would be doing my duty. And if that means finding alternatives that we as a forum reached with the shipping lines who were consulted, was that we have absolutely no regret in making Malta as our hub, and we would love to remain in Malta as our hub, but the reality is what it is. And hence, we have to find different pastures which will give us a more economic return on our investment. One issue that struck us a lot when we were discussing in Brussels about the impact on Malta was, and I'm using this word a bit loosely perhaps, there should be a better term, but I call it the lack of sensitivity about the issue of connectivity. So an island reality like Malta, which has absolutely no raw material, the sea, the sun, the people. That's all we have. And in order to attract investors to establish themselves in Malta, you must give them an advantage over other locations. One advantage that Malta built over the years was that of connectivity. On the air side, that was the basis of our tourism industry together with the hotels, but the airline connections created the pathway. On the seaside, you can judge from the lack of hair that I do have some years behind me. I remember times when the only shipping connections that Malta had were to nearby Europe, Italy, Marseille, venturing perhaps to North Europe. With the advent of Malta Freeport and the dynamics of the transshipment industry, Malta opened up, and clients of ours who were for years clamoring to give them services to the Middle East, to the Far East, connecting for the raw materials, were thrilled to be literally spoiled for choice in having choice between mainline services, giving for the first time direct services from Hong Kong to Malta 15 days. And that is what attracted industry to Malta. We started learning the language of just-in-time. We started learning the language of pipeline logistics. And people were calculating how much it would save them in the logistical cycle if they established themselves in Malta with a direct service as against receiving cargo via transshipment port. So all of a sudden, with the risks, and I beg to differ on a point made by Mr. Timothy, the risks which are real and not just apparent, an island economy like Malta risks to lose all these advantages. Why would a company, a manufacturing company, which relies on just-in-time, very sensitive cargo that requires direct services and no transshipment, choose to come to Malta if it does not have connectivity by direct services? Apparently, and I stand to be corrected, in the evaluation by the Commission of the impact of the ETS on the economy, a formula that was used was that of what would be the impact of the cost on every unit inside a container. And hence, the logic was that if we have, I don't know, 1,000 sets of televisions in a container, the impact of the ETS on one set of containers is negligible. True. We had debated that for years as to why a shipping line should increase and what is the impact on every unit. But the reality is the impact is not on the individual unit, the impact is the reality of an island economy, be it Cyprus, be it Greece, be it Malta, be it Italy, be it Spain, be it Portugal. The issue of competitiveness, especially today, is manifest especially in the transit time. And those of us who are in the economic sector know how much capital is captured in the transit pipeline, and hence every reduction by 1 day of time you purchase it until it is either in your manufacturing cycle to be produced or to be sold on the supermarket is a cost. Going from a transit time of 15 days Hong Kong to Malta to a transit time of at least 30 days with a transshipment at another port is so distorting that I cannot imagine how certain economic realities in Malta or in another island reality would survive. A comparative advantage that Malta has worked upon is, for example, that it pays Sicily to be supplied through Malta than for Sicily to be supplied by the cargo being discharged in Geneva and having to be tracked down to Sicily or brought down by another ship to Sicily. Malta-Sicily is 1 hour steaming time. So, all of a sudden, all these advantages that have been invested in over the years are being put at a big risk, notwithstanding the fact that the reality of the situation is that European ports have over the years invested heavily not only in technology, but also in people, but also in environment, and giving the best labor conditions. We say half jokingly and not, one inheritance we had from the British was very good unionism, because there is no way that you can negotiate a collective agreement in Malta without really going the hard way. My colleague Alex can vouch for that, being one of the largest employers in Malta. And we are proud of that, notwithstanding that our labor cost is not cheap, notwithstanding that because of the environmental conditions and situations, the terminals have invested heavily in environmental friendly equipment. I don't think that this would be the case if this reality is lost to non-European realities. Not to mention the fact that certain cultures and modalities do not lend themselves to the language of just-in-time and efficiency. I share completely the conclusion of Mr. Corbett that the silver lining is the IMO regulation. We still have to understand, first of all, it has to go through in October by ensuring that the number of countries that need to adhere to these regulations do vote in favor. And very interestingly, a ship owner reported in the Lloyd's list of this week is appealing to all of us in the maritime industry to make sure that they voice with their governments to support the IMO regulations to make sure that it goes through. I think using a phrase from Mr. Corbett, going from the regional to the global is the solution. The ship owner has and is investing heavily. I don't think that taxing the ship owner is the right way, but rather facilitating more investment in technology to ensure that cleaner fuels are available could be the solution, the long-term solution that we are all trying to achieve environmentally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I should also remind listeners online that it's possible to present questions and comments to us up here on the panel using Slido. And you can also follow us on X. Did you want to?
Yes, I would like to ask a question. I've heard quite a lot about renewable fuels and high-efficiency fuels.
There's a microphone coming. Hold on.
I've been hearing quite a lot about renewable fuels and high-efficiency fuels, but I don't think I have heard anything about wind sails and using the wind to design some sort of sails. Such sails don't need to be made of fabric. They can be made of thin film PV technology, so that you will get energy not just from the wind, but from the sun. And okay, combine it with whatever kind of fuel you would like. But I was rather disappointed that I haven't heard anything these past couple of hours about wind sails and harnessing the wind and the sun on ships to make it really more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, do you want to give a brief comment on that?
Really, very, very briefly. FAIG is on the screen. We both work with all of the documents at IMO. And there is more discussion, perhaps, than you may have heard, and there may be less discussion than you may think is needed here. At least one of our members, a car carrier, is investing in wind power assist, and FAIG is perhaps tracking that even more closely. I will stop here so that we can hear from the other two panelists, but I hope that the news isn't as bad at the end of the meeting as you think it is.
Okay, sounds somewhat promising. We ask FAIG to consider this in his presentation later on. But now we turn to Urgeya for his presentation. The floor is yours.
Well, good morning to everyone, those in the room and those online. And I will try not to repeat too much of what has already been said. We're here discussing the economic impact of ETS, and this particular panel, the risks of both carbon and business leakage. And I say that the simple answer or the simple observation is that yes, there is risk to both carbon leakage and both business leakage. And I think I need to put this within a regional context because we have to be very clear when we talk about the ETS and the related surcharges. If in Malta, we're talking about the domestic cargo, mainly the ro-ro liner cargo that comes regularly, an ETS surcharge has been imposed, it's being paid by the receiver, it's across the board, and there are no issues with that as such, apart from the economic impact or the value of goods. We embraced that and we took that on board. But I think when it comes to Malta and to transshipment, it is a different subject. Because I think this is the only country in the world where 96% of the business is pure transshipment. We are talking in Malta about a pure transshipment hub. And in a pure transshipment hub, competitivity and efficiency is what makes or breaks that pure transshipment hub. Now, as was already said, you know, we have benefited from this transshipment hub for our connectivity and economic growth. Now, we all have to remember, and I've been in this business a few years, that I was actually part of the idea when the Freeport in Malta, the container Freeport transshipment was created. It was not intended for the scope of doing transshipment as a standalone business, but for the connectivity benefit for the economy. So in our case, you know, it's all about the pure transshipment operation, where because when certain legislation does not take the regional factors, the geopolitics, the fact that we are the most literal southern member state in the EU, literally touching North Africa, then this is where the legislation for us may be more sensitive and more direct than in other areas. With that pure transshipment growth, which comes the volumes to make it sustainable, what we have also seen is increased resilience in our maritime sector by developing services that would otherwise not exist in Malta. If we did not have the volumes, we would not have in Malta a proper deep sea towage fleet, you know, that can also cater for emergency response and other capabilities. We would not have, you know, developed logistical services and support services from banking to surveying to bunkering if we did not have those volumes. So what I would like to emphasize is that for Malta, this subject is so sensitive because of the benefits of the pure transshipment. And therefore, my appeal here has to be based on two realities. Number one, the main client is shipping lines, and here we are dealing with the main container shipping lines. Different from institutions, shipping lines think and work in real time. They don't wait 2 years or 6 months or a year to take decisions. Ships are highly flexible, maneuverable vessels, and as long as they fix a contract, tomorrow they go to another port. The other one, obviously, is that shipping by nature, it has already been said, but we need to say it, remains a global service, you know, with global dimensions. When we also talk about the risks and we do about the studies, we have to balance out with the environment, which of course is quite at heart with myself as well. But the social aspect and the economic aspect is sometimes not on the same level playing field, you know. I think we have to keep the three in line. So again, to try and conclude, my observations and critique would be the following. The first is that when we are to revise such legislation or create, number one is we have to keep in mind really effectively reducing administrative burden and not increasing it. We have to understand real geopolitics and real geographical situations where specific member states will be impacted on, you know. We have to keep in mind that shipping lines are much more flexible than administrations or ports, which are fixed, and to keep insisting on the global solution at the IMO with the scope of harmonizing, you know, the GHC plan globally and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we, unless there is a comment or question from the floor, Slido is available, as you know, if you're online, and for others as well. Now we turn to the last presentation by Faye Abbasov, Shipping Program Manager at Transport and Environment. Maybe we can get connection online up so we can hand over to you. He's online. I don't see any picture, but okay. Oh, it's selected
Hello.
here. Very good. Well, the floor
Hello.
is yours.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all. Chair, I'm right behind you. You don't see me, but I can see you. I would like to welcome everybody and thank for the invitation. Unfortunately, I'm joining online. The invitation came a bit too late for me to organize a visit to Malta, a place that I have visited in the past and very much enjoyed. Hopefully, we'll be able to do it. We'll be able to join future hearings in person. I have a slide deck I would like to share just quickly, and here we go. Yes, I can see that it's visible right behind you. First thing I would like to mention that I agree I agree very much with some of the comments made before me. The ETS as a climate measure represents progress. And the main objective of ETS for maritime transport was to internalize some of those environmental costs into the operation of the vessels. And in that sense, it is designed to find the most effective, the most efficient way to reduce emissions, to reduce the cost gap between clean and dirty fuels and technologies. That includes energy efficiency technologies like wind, as one of the members of the audience raised, rightly so. And when ETS was introduced, obviously shipping industry was skeptical, but eventually they came around, and it was notable that industry as a whole, at least a major part of the industry, welcomed and support the final decision and participated in its design and implementation. And the impact of ETS at the EU level goes far beyond the EU, because it created models, kind of set the standards for the IMO to consider its own measures and incorporate element of carbon pricing in the net zero framework that was preliminarily approved and hopefully will be adopted in October. But of course, the ETS decision was not taken lightly. There was quite a lot of scientific analysis that went into this, impact assessments, and we did one of those impact assessments as a think tank based in Brussels. We published a large study looking at what would likely the behavior of the shipping industry be if there is an ETS applied at the EU level. I'm not planning to go through all the data, all the outputs from that study, but I would like to kind of quickly focus on one case study we looked into, and that is we identified a few ports at the EU level that would be most sensitive to potential carbon leakage and the evasive tactics that were mentioned by some of the colleagues speaking before me. And we looked into the operational behavior using satellite data and projected into the future at what level of carbon price would it make more sense for the shipping industry to avoid ETS as opposed to comply with it. Basically, we're trying to understand how sensitive would they be to the incentive to evade if carbon price is applied and increased over time. I think the most important element in that graph is the purple line that basically analyzes and presents what the level of carbon price leakage will be incentivized at what level of the ETS EUA price. That's on the x-axis. And on the right axis, right y-axis, you see the coverage of the ETS, and the difference is the evasive incentive. What we saw is that below 50 euros per ton of CO2 carbon price, the level of incentive to evade the ETS is very minimal. And then as the carbon price increases, we see an increased incentive to evade. And until 100 euros per ton of CO2, that's kind of the highest or close to that point that we have ever seen at the EU level. The incentive to evade is still very, very small. Up to 80% of ships that would normally travel to Greek, Spanish, and Dutch ports, and they kind of we identify as most sensitive to carbon leakage, would still be incentivized to comply as opposed to evade, not least because of the time lost through evasion ports, not only because of that, but also there would be additional costs that would have to be factored in, such as additional protocol costs, insurance costs, time loss that will come with the opportunity cost, and so on. But of course, this was a forward-looking study. In a way, if you imagine a crystal ball trying to understand what the behavior of the shipping industry would be. But we did not stop there. We also looked into how the shipping industry has been reacting to the ETS ever since it was introduced in 2024. That's the first year of application. One of the important elements in the ETS design is the ability for the shipping companies to pass through the costs to the final consumers. And this is something, this is not something that came from the legislators. This is something that came from the shipping industry itself, because they argued that ultimately the consumer is the polluter, and they need to be able to pass on those costs to the final consumers. And that proposal was taken up by the co-legislator and introduced into the ETS to enable this. And we have been observing how the shipping industry has been taking advantage of this. In 2024, in our original analysis of this, what we saw is that shipping industry has been passing on those costs. They have been incorporated as surcharges into the freight rate. And what we also saw is that some of the shipping companies have been charging more for the ETS and then what their costs would rather be. And as a result, that would lead to some windfall profits from their perspective. On the one hand, of course, we do not support and welcome such a windfall profits for the shipping industry. On the other hand, it also demonstrates that if shipping industry is making money out of the ETS, it also reduces their incentive to avoid the ETS, because they're able to pass on the cost and actually make money out of it. One additional element I would like to highlight as part of this presentation is that there is a different level of costs when we're talking about passing through. At the ship level, of course, ETS amounts to millions of euros, as one of the previous presenters have demonstrated. But when those costs are passed on to the final consumer, we're talking about the cost on individual consumer good that European consumers would be purchasing, or the experts on the other end, of the journey. And our analysis shows that for the majority of the goods, we're talking about less than €1 cost increase because of the EU's climate measures. This analysis is public. We publish not only the study, but also the model. So people who are interested, they can always use the model and input their own data and look at their output. And this analysis considers not only ETS, but also the fuel maritime. So it's the full impact of the final legislation on the import and export. As the slide demonstrates, the costs are negligible. And when you look at the normal fluctuations in the market, those costs have become completely invisible. And of course, shipping industry has been taking advantage of it. and those costs do not end up in the balance sheets of the shipping companies, and they are ending up in the final cost of the consumer products. And this, in a way, inevitable because shipping industry has traditionally relied on the cheapest and the dirtiest fuel ever imaginable. Nothing that the heavy fuel oil or its low sulfur variations, nothing will ever be as cheap as that fuel, except perhaps the wind, because once you install it, its operation is free of charge. But as far as the fuels are concerned, nothing will be ever as cheap as the heavy fuel oil. As a result, and given the shipping industry's tendency to pass on the cost, it is normal and expected that the shipping industry will pass on those costs and the consumer will ultimately bear those cost increase. But when we look at what would happen if we do not act, if we do not switch to alternative clean fuels and technologies, what will be the climate impact, the costs associated with climate change? It's quite easy to see that any cost increase in transport in the meantime would be much more preferable than the cost of climate change in the future. As a result, the benefit is net positive. We have also been observing, kind of following what the impact of ETS or other climate measures have been on the port traffic. This is not an economic analysis. This is basically statistical data that has been published at the EU level, and the statistical data we managed to find on non-EU transshipment ports. Some of the colleagues who have spoken before me have touched upon. This is historical data. This is not projection into the future. What we have found out is that we don't see any causal link between the growth in the traffic in North African ports and the EU's climate measures. As you can see from this graph, ever since the establishment of those ports in North Africa and their growth, the traffic has been increasing in those ports. And this started happening way before we had any conversation on the ETS, way before any proposal that came from the European Union, from the European Commission, or its adoption in 2023. As you can see, Tanger Med in Morocco has been increasing steadily its port traffic, and that way predates the ETS adoption and its implementation. What we also see is that the changes in the traffic over the past 2 years can be more easily explained by other factors that are unrelated to climate measures, especially Red Sea crisis, as I can visually see that the dip in port traffic in European ports are more to do with the Red Sea crisis, and in 2024, traffic in most of those ports have bounced back, despite the introduction of actual ETS in 2024. But we do recognize some of the concerns coming from the industry, and we're also scratching our heads and looking into data and trying to think creatively, innovatively, how some of those concerns, especially in relation to transshipment ports, can be addressed in the current design of the ETS as it will be reviewed starting from next year. And we believe that a CBAM approach might be more appropriate to make sure that we switch from the ship level of ETS application to container level of ETS application when it comes to evasion sensitive EU ports. So we don't need to apply it to the entirety of ETS, but those potential evasion ports in North Africa. And we believe that this could be considered once the ETS is being revised. I would like to talk and kind of complete my statement, complete my intervention in the context of the interaction between the EU as well as the global measure that will hopefully be adopted in October. In general, IMO Net Zero framework represents progress in climate negotiations, especially in such a difficult geopolitical circumstances. I was at the IMO when it was approved. I recognize some of the faces who were there as well, how tense the negotiations were. And I would like to thank the industry as well as the European negotiations for holding the line, actually getting us to this point. Of course, we still need to wait for the final vote in October, but fingers crossed we will not have big surprises. That being said, we also need to analyze the IMO's outcome with cool head and with data, with scientific evidence. Our preliminary analysis of the current deal that we have on the table, if it is adopted and implemented to a full extent, it is quite clear that that net zero framework not only will miss the EU's climate neutrality objective, but it will also miss achieving the IMO's own climate targets, the targets that were adopted by the IMO in July of 2023. Of course, it also has this has political considerations, because climate change is such a big phenomenon, it's such a big challenge that it's impossible to address it at one level alone, and we need to have more parallel and more complementary actions at the international, national, and regional level. Right? No single institution, no single entity can address it on its own. Of course, IMO measure has its carbon pricing element, and we have also analyzed what that carbon price element mean for the EU shipping. Ultimately, the objective has been to understand the overlap between the two measures and to see how much of the EU shipping will be paying carbon price thanks to the IMO measure. And this is our preliminary analysis. We have never published it in the past, so this is the first time I'm presenting it. Ultimately, it's a bit of a technical slide. It's a bit complicated, but what we're trying to show is the different scopes of the EU ETS as it is applied now. And in the colored, the pink and the orange blocks, they show the overlap between the EU ETS and the IMO's carbon price. The main message is that because of that small overlap in terms of carbon pricing elements of two mechanisms, if the EU ETS is revoked, 85%, above 85% of the EU shipping will not apply carbon pricing. And this is the important message I would like to leave with you, that there is still a huge role for the EU ETS, even in the context of adoption and stringent implementation and enforcement of the IMO measure. It's also important to note, I think Jim mentioned this, that EU ports sell about 20% of the international maritime fuel. And going forward, there will be a big challenge for them to switch from fossil fuel sales to green fuel sales. What we know is the green fuels are very expensive. They're expensive not only for the shipping industry to use, but they're very expensive in terms of the capex element. They're capex intensive. And one big challenge, it's widely known, is getting the fuels industry and investors to invest in European ports, to invest in European production, so that they can switch from fossil to green fuels in the future as shipping industry transitions. And one message has been consistently spoken and made very clear is that there needs to be significant public support. Otherwise, industry will find it too risky to invest on their own. And that's why the revenues generated by the EU as well as the IMO mechanism is so essential. And to provide a bit of a context as to how much revenues that will be generated by either system, Jim very helpfully compared the emissions coverage between the IMO as well as the EU, and I would like to concentrate on the revenue generated by two systems. EU ETS will generate about 8 billion a year once it is fully phased in. That's on the European scope alone. And IMO system, if it is adopted and implemented as it is in the draft today, will generate about 10 billion euros a year from the global system, from its global application. The two revenues are not too different.
I'm sorry, we have to. Could you round off? We're approaching the end of the session.
This is my last slide. That's my last slide. I just need 10 seconds. Thank you. What I was trying to highlight here is that the EU system will generate significant revenues, and those revenues can be invested in European fuel production and their availability for the shipping industry. And this is the much needed revenue that's been called upon by the shipping industry, and also mentioned in the Draghi report that those public support will be needed to de-risk private investment, and the ETS revenues will have an important role to play in that. Thank you, and apologies for being a bit long in the
introduction. Thank you very much for your very comprehensive presentation. I just would like to round off. We have received a couple of questions, well, actually several. I don't think we have time to respond to all of them. I would like to ask the panel to consider one question: how should smaller ports who cannot really deal with the administrative burden of all of this, are there any special measures that you think should be enacted, or how should they cope? But now I turn to the lady in the front.
Yes, thank you very much, Krister. My name is Corina Murafa. I'm an EESC member as well. And yes, I deal with energy and climate as a profession. I'm also an economist. The topic is fascinating, and thank you very much for putting together such a balanced public hearing. What strikes me, however, is the fact that opinions tend to be completely different. And the topic is rather technical. So for myself, although I'm an economist and I follow climate and energy, it's very difficult to understand where the truth is, because what the shippers are saying is 180 degrees different than what the others are saying in terms of whether there is carbon leakage or not, whether competitiveness is impacted and so on. So my question here is based on the famous saying that what we cannot measure, we cannot manage. What is a measurement metrics to determine these impacts that we should all follow, that maybe the Commission should put in place, and we can all agree that this is the right thing to measure, this is the right methodology, right indicators, to be able to say whether, you know, black is black and white is white, because otherwise I think we're just talking to completely different things and cannot make ends meet. And my second question, sorry for that, is around the revenues from the ETS system. I know the ETS, how it works in other sectors, and typically what it does is that it gives money back to the economy, to the industry, to achieve very important investment goals. So the question is here, from this 10 billion that the EU ETS in the maritime sector is supposed to bring to the EU as tax, most of it will be withheld by member states, I would suppose, right? So then, how do you want to invest this money, or how can you invest this money in order to cushion this negative impact that we have been talking about? What could you do, what would you like to do in order to mitigate the impact and to transform, make the society more resilient, perhaps create some exemptions, some funds, I'm not sure. But I mean, the point is that we're not putting this money into pension systems, right? We are using them to support the industry's transformation and to mitigate the negative economic impact.
Mr. Malia.
Thank you, Krister, and good afternoon still, at least according to my watch. My name is Stefano Malia. I'm a member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I'm also president of the Employers Group in the same committee. Latching on to the point immediately of the revenues raised by the ETS. One of the questions, in fact, I myself was asking whilst I was sharing the numbers was, what guarantees do we have that this money will actually be used by member states in cleaning up industry? So that's already that's number one, and I'm not too sure that there are those guarantees. Number two, I think one of the big risks that I see with the whole ETS idea, which in principle is a good idea and of course has the right objectives, is that we could see different ETS systems sprouting up in different regions. Now, the solution to that is the global approach, which is also the IMO approach, and therefore I do question why the EU doesn't say clearly that it will be backing the IMO approach, and if the IMO approach is adequate, then we would remove our own EU ETS. Again, leading by example in terms of what the kind of approach that we want. And lastly, and then maybe this is more for Mr. Noel from the Commission, if my understanding is correct, a review has been carried out in March of 2025. Now the next, and he said that this is maybe too early to start to come to real conclusions. And my understanding is that the next review will be in mid-2026. And possibly in my mind, that could be already too late for a country like Malta, which will be once the shipping lines take decisions, once investment decisions are done, then by mid-2026, I think that when the data starts to emerge, it could be way too late. So I would certainly think that we need to carry out something more timely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the last question from the floor.
Alex Montebello, Chief Executive Officer, Malta Freeport Terminals. I think in the last presentation we are missing one very important point: the role of transshipment hubs at the periphery in the Mediterranean. And this includes Algeciras, Gioia Tauro, Malta, and Piraeus. We are not really concerned about the impact of the price difference on the consumers, whether it is €1 per television set. That is not going to make any difference in the transshipment hubs. What concerns the transshipment hubs, however, is the clients that are calling at our facilities, because for our clients, the difference is going to be, on a per service basis, anything between €13 million per year and €25 million per year. Something that the EU transshipment hubs cannot compete with the North African transshipment hubs. So this is our major concern, and it has been explained very, very clearly in the slides that have been presented previously. The example provided on the United States, Mediterranean, and India service is a typical example. So that service would load cargo in the United States. It is destined to the Mediterranean. Let's assume 2,000 containers destined for the Mediterranean. However, these containers are not destined for the EU countries, but for the North African countries. Malta, Gioia Tauro, Algeciras are today competing with these transshipment hubs in North Africa for this cargo. By adopting the ETS, the difference for the shipping line is so huge that it is a natural choice for the shipping line to put that transshipment cargo in a North African hub. And on that basis, we simply cannot compete with our counterparts in North Africa. Another aspect, which is very critical for Malta, would be the Asia-Mediterranean route. Today, this route is served very efficiently with the lowest transit time from Singapore to Malta, Malta being the first port of call. If shipping lines adopt calls in Egypt before Malta to evade the ETS, and we are seeing this happening also this week by the first call of a shipping line in Abu Qir, and this is public, it's obvious that it is being done to evade ETS. And the calculation on the ETS is going to be, instead of Singapore Piraeus, it's going to be from Abu Qir to Piraeus, thus reducing the effect of ETS and the payment of ETS by shipping lines. It is very clear, and if I were the representative of a shipping line, I would definitely choose the best economic option. Whether it is 13 million less or 25 million less, it makes such a huge difference, and it is so much evidence to see for everyone in the shipping industry that this is already happening when we are still at 70% of the implementation of ETS. As in previous presentations as well, my final remark, there is a solution to all of this, and it is the adoption of IMO GAG. It is already predisposed in the ETS legislation through Article 3 GG. We really hope, as transshipment hubs, that this is taken into consideration, because it is the only way that we can ensure a level playing field between the transshipment hubs on the European side and the transshipment hubs on the North African side. The neighboring ports clause does not come into effect for the services that we have seen in the slides in the previous presentations. If you have a shipping line who is transshipping cargo in the Mediterranean, going from the United States to India and chooses to move the transshipment hub from Malta to Tangier Med, the EU has no jurisdiction on Tangier Med. So the difference is either you paid 0 or you pay 13 million a year. And the decision for the shipping lines is quite clear.
Thank you. It was maybe more than a question.
Kevin Mitzi from the Malta Chamber of Commerce, Enterprise and Industry. I would like to make it clear that industry is not against the Fit for 55, and it adheres to the principles which are for environmental sustainability. The problem that we have as a country is the proportionality of the measures when implemented across the board. And the treaty already provides for mitigating measures which are tied to the economic and the territorial peculiarities of the member states. I remind that Article 174 of the treaty clearly mentions islands and the dimension of islands, especially if you are an island nation states. And Article 175 clearly obliges the Commission to do an impact assessment when initiating a legislation which will have a disproportionate impact on the geography, on the territory. Most of the time this is being overlooked, but worse still is when there is an impact assessment which is actually done at the beginning of the legislation and it is not observed. The same report which was shown to us by the Commission of 2021, if you go on page 136, you will notice that there were 5 countries mentioned as mostly exposed. 3 of them happens to be island nation states: Malta, Ireland and Cyprus. There was also Netherlands and Sweden. Besides that, Spain and Greece were also highlighted as mostly exposed for transshipment. So the logical question to the Commission would be whether there is a purpose for the impact assessment and whether an implementing mitigation measure was actually made before implementing the legislation. My second and last question would be whether the Commission will exclude any top-up on the IMO tariff once environmental measure which will be announced after October this year, whether this is off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, as chairman, I will take the liberty of actually giving 1 minute to Mr. Cherry and 1 minute to Jim Corbett to comment, and then hand over to the Commission. You get 2 minutes to think about your reply here. And then we continue with the next panel. I'm sorry for that, but I think we have already started with some of the responses, what should be done. So we're a little bit on schedule anyway, maybe. Jerry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I think, without sounding too abrasive, there is a world of difference between the theoretical and the practical. Everything can be measured and everything can be analyzed. The good feel factor cannot be measured. The standard of living in terms of happiness cannot be measured. But what can be seen on the ground are activities that are really happening, which are pointing towards creating unfair competition. And this is the thesis that we will bring to the Commission, that yes, eventually there will be a post-mortem, but we would rather avoid the corpse from dying, the body from dying, by adopting the right medicine to ensure that Europe remains competitive. And in my opinion, this is an issue, as we have seen in other industries, where there have been threats, then the industries had to adopt, I hate to mention it, protective measures in order to ensure that their industries remain competitive. We are in that phase in terms of European ports and European shipping.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, just to directly respond to the very first very good question, there is a direct metric for measuring greenhouse gas leakage. It's defined by the IPCC, and it has yet to be applied in any of the studies directly. The examples we saw showed that there was no GHG leakage. There may be some examples where it can be shown. But I would focus on, I would call all of us to recognize what we agree on. The staff working document behind ETS in 2021 cited 3 or 4 studies. FEG represented one of the studies done in the lead up in 2020 to ETS, and they all agree that there are some locations, mainly in the Med, that are more vulnerable than the average European vulnerability, that the price impacts on those vulnerable locations are not the same as the average price impact, 3.7% on EU globally. I also think it's important to recognize, and I link with some friendship FEG to the graph that showed an increase in Tangier Med TEUs before ETS, that there is a peer-reviewed study from 2024 before ETS that showed that ETS was already responsible for a moderate increase in GHG leakage because of choices by the industries in Europe to react to the GHG price. What I'll say in finalizing is our members, the World Shipping Council members, the liner community, wants to use resources to reduce greenhouse gases. We want to invest in the new ships. We want to support the IMO greenhouse gas net zero framework, and we want to see resources help us adopt zero near zero fuels as early as possible in advance of any of the standards, global at IMO or Fuel EU. What we don't want to do is to spend money to continue to use conventional fuels in a way that slows that transition down. And we need the help of the most vulnerable ports and the ports in the Mediterranean who sell 40% of the world, of Europe's marine fuels, to be shifting to the fuels we need so that we continue. Last point, small example with regard to feeders. In the Baltic, there is an agreement by 2 of our members to invest in methanol-fueled feeder ships. Methanol, replace that with renewable-fueled feeder ships to augment the mainline behavior. If feeder vessels at 0 GHG replace the other kinds of vessels, we may see decreases and improvements in business simultaneously. There's a ramp-up path, but we need to work together.
Okay, we turn to the Commission.
Thank you, and thanks to all for your very useful comments. I'd like to clarify a few points. First, in terms of the objective of the ETS directive and its extension to maritime transport sector, I mean, it has to be clear that the objective is not to reduce the competitiveness of EU port. It has to be clear that the objective is not to reduce the connectivity of EU ports. As I've said before, it's very clear that EU ports are strategic assets and they have an enormous impact on our economy in terms of exporting, importing goods, creating new liaisons that can be used by European companies to make business. So that's not clearly the objective of the directive. And this is why, if you read the text, the objective is clear, is to prevent these behaviors to happen. I think through the different elements that I already listed in my presentation, it's very clear that the objective of the co-legislators is to avoid circumvention behaviors, evasive behaviors. The aim of the ETS is, on the contrary, to support investment into climate mitigation action. We're speaking about sales. If you have an ETS price, it radically changes the financial attractiveness for a shipping company to invest into climate solutions, such as installing sails on the ship. It can really improve the financial viability of such projects. At the same time, it also, for instance, makes renewable energy more attractive for companies. If this is not there, then there will be no business case and there will be no investment in these necessary climate actions. In terms of revenues, it has to be clear that all the revenues that are generated through the ETS by the auctioning of EU allowances, the vast majority go back to member states. And all ETS revenues should be used for climate action. That's in the law, so that's very clear. Member states can use these revenues in a different way. And when we revised the directive in 2023, we made very explicit in the directive that they can use that money also for the purpose of decarbonizing the maritime transport sector, including investment in ship retrofitting, including investment in ports to make ports more competitive. A small share of the revenues are also used at the European level, notably through the Innovation Fund. In that regard, the Commission has already committed to use 20 million EU allowances up to 2030 to support the decarbonization of the maritime transport sector. And for instance, last year, the Innovation Fund granted 245 million euro to an installation located in the port of Sines that is also a major transshipment hub for the production of green hydrogen that is used to produce the future fuel, the alternative fuels. And that's key because it will make EU ports more competitive in the long term, because the shipping companies will, in the long term, stop where they can have access to this type of alternative fuel. So it's also, I think, important to think about what is happening, and what needs to happen is the decarbonization and how the EU economy, how EU ports can most place themselves in this upcoming world. And also, as regard the questions in terms of did we take into account the situation of the countries that are most exposed to shipping, this was taken into account in the impact assessment, but also in the directive itself. There are more EU allowances, so more revenues that are giving already today to the countries that are most exposed to shipping. And that's also planned, I mean, that's in the law today. And then in terms of timing of the review, what I can say is what I said before, is that in terms of the review linked to the development at global level, the first step for the Commission is to assess what hopefully will be agreed in October. And on that basis, we'll define where appropriate to revise the ETS, and again, with the objective to reduce significant double burden for shipping companies, and also with the objective not to backslide in terms of our environmental impact, action.
Okay, thank you very much. I maybe misunderstood Chamber of Commerce, but I got the feeling that there was something in addition to what has already been agreed and discussed with the Commission that you wanted to bring up. But maybe the two of you can sort it out, if not over lunch, maybe later by exchanging some emails or whatever. I would like to thank the panelists. We give them a big hand of applause. And we have a little bit of change of regards. I hope you had a very healthy and good breakfast, because your lunch will be a little bit late, but not very late. But now we turn to the next panel. And I would like...
Presentations be made available?
Well, I think there is a question whether the presentations will be made available. If everyone agrees, or those that agree to have them made available, please tell us in the committee, and we will make them available to you.
One other thing, please. Is this meeting being recorded, and will it be emailed to us?
Well, maybe Yuri Sosa can maybe we can get the response from Mr. Sosa here.
Thank you for your question. The event is recorded, and the registration will be put online at the EESC event website. And there will be as well the presentations received when we have all the authorizations. We will put all the presentations online. And there you will be able as well to follow the EC opinion, which will be voted in July at the EC plenary, will be translated all languages, and we'll hope that you can distribute that, the conclusive recommendations part. Yes, absolutely, you're correct. This recording will be put in a couple of days after the end of the meeting, will be uploaded and shared. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. We now turn to panel 2, mitigating economic impacts, economic and strategic responses. And we will have only 3 people on the panel. Besides Tim Verhoeven here, we will have online Frank Venmans, Associate Professor, Research Fellow at LSE. And we will have Professor Dr. Harilaus Saraftis, Professor Emeritus, Division of Management Science, Department of Technology, Management, and Economics. Having listened to the previous panel, I have one thought, and that is basically there is apparently most likely need for responses and some strategic thinking of how to continue with the work for a greener economy and also getting political acceptance for such changes. And I was just thinking of what would I tell, or what should we tell a Maltese politician who has just from his district had to recognize that one of the companies there is no longer producing anything. It's actually put out of business and workers are laid off. What should the politician say to his electorate to get re-elected and to get acceptance for a green transition that we all want to accomplish? I'm thinking of the increased costs for shipping. The Commission stated it was 3.7% increased shipping cost in 2024. We have heard about diversions using non-EU ports, despite the extraterritorial elements of the ETS, trying to include also ports outside the continent of Europe. But there is, of course, this cost element, irrespective of, and it's a part of the incentive scheme to get shipping to have better environmental standards and to develop better standards and implement them. But there is the cost element, and if the ship no longer goes to Malta, maybe it goes to North African harbor, then of course there will be difficulties with the supply chain for that, for a company being reliant on input that the ships usually brought to the harbor. Maybe they will have to pick it up in North Africa, or there will be at least a cost increase of the 3.7%, except if there is productivity gains. But productivity gains probably mean workers being laid off in one sector or another. So I think it can be a real challenge for a politician in Malta meeting the electorate and convincing the electorate of the benefits of the ETS system, even if many of us see big benefits as, in an economic sense, being efficient reduction of CO2 gases. But there are, of course, the economic and social impact. And I hope the panel can also address some of these and give some guidance to the Maltese politician. How should he or she respond? And ensuring that there is no sort of populist uprising or difficulties that could have very far-reaching consequences for any country. So how should we do this in a good way, convincing way, and in an economic way that is conducive to a green economy, competitiveness, and to bring down administrative costs. All objectives of the Commission shared by member states. With those introductory words, I turn to Tim, and if you could be 5-6 minutes, or 6-7, who knows, depend on when you want to eat. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Krister. I will try to give an answer on that, but I think the main thing of the presentation will be also on the first topics that we've seen today. I will first say that I'm part of the European Seaports Organization, so we actually represent port authorities, port associations, and administrations throughout all the European countries, and we are the eyes and ears in Brussels for ports. And we also have a broad network where we share a lot of best practices over the years. I wanted to start actually by reflecting on the role of ports that we have. We have actually, as I mentioned, we represent ports throughout Europe, so that means we have different ports. We have industrial ports, we have smaller ports, passenger ports, we have really trade ports, we have ports mainly working on transshipment. So it's not easy to actually compare all these sort of ports overall in Europe, but you see some major lines over the course. Maybe to say in the past, the last decade of the last centuries, the role of ports was quite simply. It was actually based on infrastructure, providing cargo handling, making sure that there is a nautical accessibility, make sure that quay walls are there. We also had a big role to see about security, see that operations can be happening on a safe manner without any danger. And we supported local economies. But now, on the last decade, let's say, we have seen that the role of ports has changed, sometimes because they want to, sometimes they are forced to by legislation. But you see that we have a new role, certainly now, but also in the future, as a strategic enabler. So that means if we're working about energy transition, that means we expect new commodities to come in throughout our ports. That means hydrogen, other carriers, for example, new energies, also a lot of need of electricity coming into your port to electrify the ports and actually be ready by the future. That means we need new infrastructures like pipelines, cables, grid capacity. These things are all necessary. So we support also the offshore wind and ocean economy. These are all news that actually doing as a port new business, new roles as we had never done before. This is, of course, on one hand, actually to be less depending of other countries or other parts of the world, but also to drive decarbonization. That means electrifying, but also supporting green corridors of shipping, looking at infrastructure for carbon capture and storage. All these things are actually happening at this moment, and investments are being made in Europe. We are also one of the first lines of defense, let's say, for Europe. That means by having a lot of infrastructure ready for climate resilience, and also the role which is not been mentioned today already is actually all these ports, they all have a critical defense infrastructure. That means we're located at strategic points in Europe, and we are actually necessary to also deliver all the equipment throughout Europe in case of emergencies. These new roles, let's say, they come together with new challenges, and we see a lot of challenges coming on us. Saying about climate resilience, that means you have to have higher and stronger quay walls. You have to actually take into account the sea level rise, all these things. They have major investments. On energy transition, the same thing. We expect new logistics. That means the grid has to be adapted, basis infrastructure has to be made, and sometimes by private parties in our ports. That means new storage facilities, new connections. Same thing with decarbonization, to reduce emissions in our ports. Sometimes ports are looked about to actually solve it out. It's like the port has to make sure that we lower emissions, for example, for industries, but also from the maritime industries, where we don't always have a hand on. We cannot only do it. Of course, safety and security, where it was actually in the past mainly on operations. We also see with digitalization that we have new challenges on cybersecurity, but also geopolitical risks with cables underneath the waterways, for example. And then we see at this moment competitiveness, where we have talked about the previous thing. Ships, they can move to other parts of the world, but ports cannot move. And all of investments who have been made, they're there and they cannot move out. And of course, we have ports as been seen a bit differently sometimes in Europe. In some countries, ports, they have a public interest, and in a lot of countries, they also have been seen as undertakings. So actually, been actually a public service, but also making money. So these things are actually major and costly challenges, and all at this actually comes together with the previous discussion, the impact of ETS. We see that the impact for ships is real. It's been measured, you have been shown on the previous slides already, and this is actually, it's a competitive business, so that means that it's easy to move out and actually relocate some cargo. We have always seen examples of operational impact, the strategic control of transshipment. As I mentioned before, the locations where transshipment is being done right now, it's not a coincidence. It's actually based on the location where they are, and the high quality of these transshipment ports, they have to be maintained because it is also needed, for example, for military bases also, but also to make sure that you have high quality jobs and high quality equipment to actually make sure that we are ready for the future. You have also seen the location, for example, in the Mediterranean. The comparison is not only on the cost of ships coming in and actually have the carbon leakage, but for example, the ports are more far advanced. For example, in Europe, that means we have better port reception facilities, we have better equipment, and all these impacts, for example, we have to comply with way higher environmental standards, where it would be actually a shame that shipping would go out of Europe to ports who are less equipped, I think, at this moment. So yeah, I think to conclude on this, for example, I think ports are always been on the basis to decarbonize, and we support the strategy. But I think we have seen today that local shipping measures, they raise a lot of concern about carbon leakage and business leakage. And I think, yeah, we fully actually align, and we really want to have clear steps being made on the IMO, making sure that we align maximum on these topics. And we really want to avoid overlap and double counting, which has already been mentioned, but I think it's not only a thing in the Mediterranean, but it's throughout all the ports in Europe who are actually really looking forward to a global measure. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that really concise and to the point presentation. Before we well, I think we turn to Frank, and I would like to open up for a comment from Philip Jamie at the Port Authority, the Science and Algarve. But he is online. But first, we go to Frank Vienmans for his presentation. The floor is yours.
Do you see my slides? Yes. I can see the room. Yeah, okay, good. I see a black screen in the room. Yeah, now it's good. Thank you for inviting me. I'm associate professor at the LSE, and I've been working for 10 years on competitiveness effects of the EU ETS, but mainly on the industrial sectors. So I'm not a maritime expert, but I come with a view from a more like bird view on how this compares to other sectors and what can we learn from experience in the first 20 years of the ETS for other sectors. So To give a bit of context, the sectors that are in the EU ETS have reduced their emissions by 50% now over the last 20 years. We consider this a great success. And I did then the largest study on how to, on the competitiveness effects of the ETS. This is published in GEAM, which is a top journal, and so we compare the ETS firms with non-ETS firms that are in the same sector, but slightly smaller so that they're not included in the ETS, and we only compare them with relatively small ETS firms to have an idea of what is the causal effect. Because there was this question on how do you measure the effect of competitiveness for ships, and so a similar diff in diff logic would be to say we're going to look at the Port of Malta, for example. We're going to make a combination of similar non-EU ports that have a similar trend before the inclusion of the ETS. And then we look if Malta goes relatively down and the other ports go up. That's how we also apply this logic of difference in difference for the industrial sector. And so we see that the ETS firms increased their revenue by 15% compared to the companies that were not in the EU ETS. They increased their assets by 8%, and the effect on employment was negligible or non-significant. And so that is in line with this theory of it's called the Porter hypothesis. Trains, companies are pushed towards innovations, and that can in the long run create positive competitiveness effects. In the maritime sector, that would be the scenario where actually by pushing for green innovation, Malta could become a hub for alternative fuels and other services that are related that now these ships that do the transport to Europe need. The opposite effect would be, the pollution haven effect. Obviously, all these sectors like steel and cement, they could go elsewhere, produce in China, and then replace European production. For now, note that this is relatively early data, mainly the first 10 to 12 years of the ETS. This is not observed. I then also did a literature overview to see what other studies found. And so when we look at turnover, total assets, we find more often than not positive competitiveness effects by this innovation channel. When we look at net exports and foreign direct investment, the message is very more mixed, and the general message is competitiveness effects have been very small. That of course doesn't mean that this also applied to the maritime sector, but it's interesting to see for other sectors what this gave. Now I want to make a point on: do we care about, are we afraid for the maritime sector about carbon leakage? And I'm going to argue that actually the risk is low. So how does the ETS affect maritime emissions? The first is that it will create an incentive to use more efficient motors. And so think of cement, think of steel. The true alternative, a carbon-free alternative, is extremely expensive. It's not viable at a carbon price of 50 to 100. And so they were just pushing for energy efficiency, and we've seen that this led to actually quite a reasonable reduction in emissions. Then often hear that the ETS is not very good at pushing for innovation because the price is uncertain. That is often a misperception. So even though the price is uncertain, it is giving a signal that the future is going to be green and there is no future in staying a polluting company. Moreover, the price goes up in an economic upturn, is low in an economic downturn, and so that's actually desirable. You avoid bankruptcies in economic downturns. And so if we want alternative fuels, this is going to need 15 years, but you need to have an early signal. And so that is the second way in which emissions are going to go down with the ETS. Now, there has been in the debate quite some discussion about increase in consumer prices. Now, I'm an economist, and so I can tell you that there is a large consensus that, among economists that the mild increase in shipping cost for the consumer is desirable. It is beneficial because currently, no, not currently, like in the past, not asking a price for pollution is you can think of it as a subsidy for trade, for shipping. And it is a better price signal if pollution is included in the price, because it's the third mechanism in which the ETS for the maritime sector will reduce emissions. It creates an incentive for local production when local production is more competitive after taking into account trade cost. That is a small effect. We're not going to stop maritime trading with a carbon price. The main effect is that there will be more efficient ships. However, in the context that we're also imposing the same carbon price for steel, cement, chemicals, and ammonia, and all these things that are quite sensitive to international competition, it makes sense that we put on this extra cost to these companies, but we avoid making trade more cheaper than it should be. And so it's good that shipping has the true cost. I heard also worries about inflation. Inflation related to taxes are mild because the ETS creates income, and so this income goes back to the economy in the form of decarbonization subsidies for the same ships, or it could reduce taxes elsewhere if you use it for something else, but that for the moment is not allowed in the ETS. So inflation worries are mild in this regard. And then it should also be accepted that if in Europe we want a zero emission society, it comes with a cost. We're going to reduce consumption by more or less 2 or 3% in 2050 compared to a scenario where we would just warm the world and use fossil fuels as before. That is mild, 3% spread over a transition of 40 years. It's a very mild effect. Then fourth channel in how the ETS reduces emissions is that it could create an incentive for non-EU ports to choose to tax carbon, because then they're no longer at risk of being considered a transshipment hub that replaces the European ports. We also see this with the international maritime organizations. It puts pressure on the IMO when Europe moves as a first mover or a vanguard regulator. So this was general theory, how an economist looks at the big picture. Now, my opinion, as I explained in the preceding slide, I'm not worried about carbon leakage. So the only way in which carbon leakage happens is if ships do extra kilometers, extra distance to avoid the European port. That's going to be mild compared to all the other mechanisms. Now, this does not mean there is no competitiveness effect. So you could still have this effect on competitiveness that is important. My opinion is empirical investigation is key. And as I explained, you should compare Malta and all the other ports. So it's called a synthetic control. For each European port, you make a combination of comparable non-European ports that have the same trend before regulation, and then you see if trends diverge after regulation. And so if we see that there is a competitiveness effect, I think the idea is that the transshipment clause should include more ports. So where there are today only 2 ports, you can include more. And you could also include ports where not only European shipping is more than 65%, but where also you have looked at the change in the proportion of European trade. And then, the jury is still out. We don't really know the competitive effects. It could also be that this shift that will not come immediately, but within a decade or so, shift to ammonia or biofuels or hydrogen, it can create a competitive disadvantage, and then we're fine. But empirics is key. And then about this Delhi-New York trajectory. So again, like empirics is key. About how much ships does it go? My gut feeling is that Europe doesn't have a lot of leverage to reduce the emissions of that kind of trajectory. So the IMO is the better way to go. If the IMO prices carbon, then EU should obviously adapt. Careful with free allocation. So the general idea is if you have free allocation, that doesn't reduce the incentive to reduce emissions. So I showed you the 50% emission reduction in the industrial sector happened with a lot of free allocation being there, but that doesn't change the fact that a cap is still imposed to the whole sector. But you should be careful with adaptation. So you need a rule on how you decide which ship receives free allocation, and that is where the incentives get a bit messy. So ideally, if you want to reduce the cost to shipping, you would do a combination of full cost. All allowances are bought at an auction at full price, combined with tailored subsidies for maybe the greener fuels.
Sorry, Frank, I think you have to round off if you could.
Good. So if it shows up that empirically this is a problem, then the EU could could exempt non-EU to non-EU trajectories from being taxed. That's it. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much. We turn to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Harilaos Psarafaftis, Professor Emeritus. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and I try to share my screen. I don't know if you can see it.
Yes, we can.
Just 1 second. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to say a few words on my opinion on this subject. And it's an interesting coincidence that in addition, I'm now a professor emeritus at DDU, but I spent something like 5.5 years of my professional life being the CEO of the Port of Piraeus. That was several years ago. And one of the things that happened during my time there, we're successful in transforming Piraeus to a transshipment hub. I mean, Piraeus was not a transshipment hub. Now it is a big transshipment hub, and I spent a lot of time negotiating with shipping lines on, what were the factors that would attract them to come to. It's a very volatile business, by the way. So the disclaimer I have here is that what I'm going to say is not encyclopedic. We'll start with the general picture. I read the Commission's document a few months ago, and which the general picture is that there is no identifiable evasion patterns. On the other hand, there are some caveats in the sense that last year, 2024, was a transition year. 40% of ETS price was charged. Also, the report does not cover, it covers until the second quarter or third quarter of 2023, I think, 24. And also what was said before, that the Red Sea crisis, the disruption may have masked possible evasion that took place. So the directive had several forms. The initial form of the directive in July of 2021 had an impact assessment, but there was nothing, little or nothing in the impact assessment to consider the swapping of a transshipment hub from an EU port to a non-EU port. And in that sense, there were no provisions to mitigate the associated risk. We were among the first, or perhaps the first, me and Sotiria Guardo, who was a PhD student of mine, to alert of the possible risk of transshipment hub relocation. We examined actually two cases. One was Algeciras and the other was the Piraeus. We did not consider Malta, but I'm pretty sure that if we did, we would come to the similar result. And the main finding was that it would be attractive to switch hubs from non-EU or EEA ports to ports just outside the EU, just to avoid paying into the system. And that the switch would be attractive for carbon prices well below 25 euros per ton of CO2. So we identified the risk of carbon leakage, risk of lost ETS revenue, and risk of lost EU port revenue. Listening to the interventions of people from Malta and the free port of Malta, I can say that I really understand their concern that there is an issue with ports in the Mediterranean that serve as transshipment hubs. Now, everybody knows that the final form of the directive, and actually we have seen several versions in 2022 and 2023 that explicitly acknowledge the risk of transshipment hub relocation and had substantial language to mitigate it. I'm talking about this 300 nautical miles exclusion zone, and also the development of this list of relevant non-EU ports. Right now, there are only two ports in this list, but there is a review clause. And the big question is to what extent this 300 nautical miles exclusion zone can plug the transshipment, what I consider a loophole. So every port in this zone that has traffic, transshipment traffic, more than 65% of the traffic is not considered as a kind of legitimate port call. So in that sense, I'll give you a crude example, which is very similar to what was mentioned before. If the ship comes from Singapore, transshits at Tanger Med in Morocco, and then goes to Rotterdam, then the entire trip from Singapore to Rotterdam will count for UETS purposes. And the question is, does this plug the loophole? I'm not so sure, and I'll give you an example for this very crude case. Of course, in the original directive, there was a big loophole because the leg from Singapore to Tanger Med was not taxed at all. It was a zero. So the final directive somehow plugged in, and both legs from Singapore to Tangier Med and from Tangier Med to Rotterdam are taxed at 50%. On the other hand, this is still cheaper than going through Algeciras, because if you go through Algeciras, then the leg Algeciras to Rotterdam is priced at 100%. And I made some calculations of 10,000 TEU vessel with some assumptions about fuel consumption and how many transshipment moves they have. And according to these calculations, on a per trip basis, the ETS revenue that is lost is about 40,000 euros, and the port revenue lost is much more, it's on the order of 200,000 per trip. So, I mean, you can multiply by the number of trips to have this on a yearly basis. The motivations are, well, I don't know if you have come to the Greek islands, but the Piraeus-Crete trunk route is a big route. It has not only passenger traffic, but also substantial cargo traffic, RoPax. And it is ordinarily charged the full ETS price because it is within EU. But if you add the island of Milos in between, Milos is a tourist island, the population is about 5,000 people. If you add the island of Milos as an intermediate stop, then the route is fully exempted, because there is an exemption for islands less than 10,000 people. So, and it's interesting that the company advertises the night service at Lift Piraeus at 10 in the evening, that you people have more time to sleep, but more sleep means more CO2 that is evaded. Okay, what can we do about it? Well, I'm pretty sure that we have to continue monitoring the situation. An idea which I don't know how to what extent is legally viable is to charge 100%, not 50% of greenhouse gas emissions in the segments between EU and non-EU. I think the version of the parliament had 100%, but the final version is 50%. Another idea is to drop the requirement of 65%, at least 65% transshipment traffic for a port to qualify as a transshipment hub. You can have any port, and expand this list of non-EU ports. Extend the directive to non-container trades. Right now, I mean, a similar thing can happen to Ro-Ro ships, car carriers. They can come and have an extra stop in I don't know, Montenegro, I mean, before going to EU. But there is no language in the directive about Ro-Ro ships, or the only target is right now is the container traffic. Reduce exemptions and derogations. I think the more of these you have in the legislation, the more loopholes exist. And last but not least, push the IMO to adopt a stronger global measure. Other speakers talked about the IMO. I think it's a big development, but I think it could be stronger in the sense that there was at least before MEPC 83, there was the option of the levy, which was the majority option. But for some reason, the levy was not supported. There are some pricing mechanisms, but I think we can do better than what it is at the table at this point. So this is what I wanted to say, and I thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have basically come to an end almost, but I wonder if the Port Authority, the Science and Algarve would like to come in, and Philippe wanted to give a comment.
Yes, please. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I will briefly say the opinion of Port of Sines, which basically related with what Port Authority of Malta said. That we share of the same concerns about the application of the ETS directive, and basically possible relocate of some routes performed by the ship owners. Sines is not an island like Malta, but Port of Sines is the most important port of cargo in Portugal, and 80% of its traffic, of cargo traffic, comes from precisely transshipment. So this is the biggest concerns that we shared with the Saints as Malta authority said it here in this session. And so briefly, of course, to synthesize our opinion and our comments, of course, Port Authority of Sines fully supported the objectives of the Green Deal, more specifically those which are related on the fifth for 55 package, and also is deeply committed to the decarbonization of Port of Sines and related investments. However, it remains very concerned about the side effects that may arise from the application of the ETS directive as set out in this last version, 2023, namely the decrease in cargo handled, repercussion of external connectivity, development of the port, and impact of all associated activities that supports employment, development, and critical infrastructures. So it means we are concerned with the possible decrease of competitiveness of Port of Sines. And of course, we supported all the European Union policy of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, of course, in the maritime sector and in the ports. We are developing our own strategy regarding the energetic transition and to bet in supply the new fuels, the new e-fuels for feed the ships and the new ships that are built mainly the dual fuel ships, and we think that is important to follow the strategy development not only by EBA but regarding the utilization of the e-fuels like LNG, methanol. Mainly we are dealing in our opinion bio-LNG and biomethanol and ammonia, green ammonia. When I mean it bio, it means fuels produced from biomass sources. And so I think this is mainly the key for reducing the greenhouse gas emissions is to bet in the new fleet, in the new ships with these new alternative fuels. And I think it's the way, and I think all the members that are involved in this policy and this strategy are connected and deeply connected as Port of Sines is. It is important to take into account precisely that consequence and the decrease in container transshipment movements in Europe. And so with this possible deviations of routes, mainly in our case, the biggest concern is related with the Tanger Med port, because there is documented, some of you presented here in this session, that there are cases which we assisted that some deviation routes that not use, for instance, Algeciras or Sines, but use Tanger Med. I don't know if those deviations are related with the crisis of the Red Sea. I don't know. We don't know yet. But we think that could be the beginning of the implementation of the ETS directive. Nevertheless, as I told you before, and to finish, we are deeply bet to comply with the targets of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, and of course, but mainly to avoid lack of competitiveness and the decrease of competitiveness of the Port of Sines. And of course, our commitments with those goals are important, and we are dealing with. Thank you for the opportunity to say the opinion of Port of Sines, and thank you once again. And if you want, and I'm available for any questions if the audience.
Thank you very much for your intervention. David, would you like to or Mr. Borg, but he will be very brief because he's spoken before. So,
very, very briefly. Well, first I would like to say hello to Professor Psaraftis, because when he had a function at the Piraeus, I was at the time representing the first shipping line that was actually doing transshipment there. What I would like to highlight is that, building also on what was said, when we revisit, we should not forget the strategic relevance of transshipment for the security of supply and for the continuation of the logistics chain within Europe. The moment that it shifts outside the EU, we lose some of the control. Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne Maas with Friends of the Earth Malta. Several speakers mentioned hydrogen as one of the possible renewable fuels for the maritime sector, but today more than 95% of hydrogen is made from fossil gas, so still fossil fuel. How do you see that sort of progressing to actually become a source of renewable energy rather than just using the buzzword to pretend that it's a renewable fuel when today it is definitely not? Secondly, just a comment. I know that on the agenda once there was a woman on the panel, but in the end we've seen only men talking this morning, which I think in 2025 is a bit embarrassing. Thank you.
I can already conclude that a lot of transitions are very difficult. It goes for the green economy, maybe for panelist composition as well. Sorry for that. Mr. Borg, you wanted to have a very brief comment?
Yes, very briefly, a couple of points, if I may, please. So, just reaction to this previous round of speakers. First of all, clearly there is a timing issue here. One of the professors who spoke said that we just very paraphrasing very simply what he said, we will have 15 years of research using the ETS money until such time that we have reliable renewable energy to fuel our vessels. That's all well and good, but in the meantime, for the whole shipping industry, especially for transshipment hubs in the EU side of the Mediterranean, 15 years is definitely an eternity, and we cannot survive that. One other clarification that I would like to make is that I was speaking solely in terms of Malta. So another, I don't know if it was the same professor who said, basically downplayed the risk of competitiveness and inflation. That cannot be, because if you have a container, which is a box that goes from, today goes from Singapore to Malta directly, but tomorrow it's going to stop anywhere in North Africa and then have to take another ship to come from North Africa to Malta, obviously that is added cost, added time. Time is money, so I cannot see how we can downplay certain risks responsibly. But I'm talking about Malta here. Thank you.
The lady in the front.
I am becoming increasingly concerned that the European Union seems to be obsessed with reducing carbon emissions at all costs, on the assumptions that these carbon emissions are totally responsible for climate change. Well, first of all, we cannot really know for sure that climate change is purely anthropogenic. And secondly, the other thing is, I'm not just concerned about hydrogen technology. I am also very concerned about any biofuels, because these are directly competing with food and with other good uses, environmental uses for biofuels. So I am very uncomfortable that there are so many people globally who consider biofuels to be something benign. I don't, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. I think we may have to conclude our meeting. Let me just give a couple of remarks in my summary and conclusions, I must say that I very much appreciated all the panelists and the panels, the discussion, but let me just mention in particular, I must say I personally found the so frank and open remarks by Frank Wehrmans that it costs to make a transition. Price increases is something beneficial, and we should accept it. And as economist, he said this is the way to internalize, and that is the positive effect. As an economist, I can clearly see his comments. I think it's very useful to get this very clear message presented in this way. At the same time, I can just recall from my own country, Sweden, where the previous government wanted to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in the transport sector and raised taxes and levies on gasoline and diesel, so we got the highest prices on both of them in Europe. The government lost the election, even though it explained that it was very beneficial for the climate to do like that, but there was absolutely no acceptance. And the government in place now has reduced those taxes and are very popular for that. There is, however, a concern whether Sweden can meet its environmental objectives in the transport sector. But I think there is a political reality that we also have to take into account. And I think the first step is to have a very thorough economic impact assessment, to also take into account secondary effects on factories, plants, and on workers and their social conditions. Otherwise, it will be a short-term policy. So I think it's very important to do the groundwork. And I think we have contributed here today to explain what should be in such a groundwork and analysis. I am doubtful that extending the extraterritorial aspects of the ETS beyond the borders of Europe is a way forward. We also have to follow international agreements, and we have to make sure it's internationally acceptable. So that puts a limit on what you can do in extraterritorial aspects. And I think with the discussions, geopolitical discussions these days, I would be rather cautious on extending extraterritoriality. Let me conclude 3 hours of discussions and presentations by saying that not long time ago, some of us saw the Eurovision Song Contest. I think we can probably conclude that those 12 points, and not only 12 points, but the winner actually is IMO. So we look forward to future developments and to have sort of a global approach as well. And in the meantime, we have to manage the regional system here and elsewhere in the world in a way that doesn't create too much economic and social havoc. With that, I thank you very much for the hearing. On behalf of the European Economic and Social Committee, thank you for coming here or participating online. Now there is nothing between you and lunch. Now it's possible to get it. So go and grab it, and thank you very much.